Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Alrighty. Mm. Ah. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Let me let people know that I'm live. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I should probably boot up my model, and I need to grab some water. Okay. Got an ad break incoming. Does it not show announcements on? It doesn't show announcements on my chat box. Okay. Let me see. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. Hello, Nabiru. Hello, Nabiru. 1 second. Let me check something out real quick. Alright. Okay. Alright. I saw a weird thing on my YouTube dashboard, and I had to make sure it wasn't on the actual stream itself. I was like, wait a minute. That's a problem. That's a real problem. Yeah. Alright, let's get started. Do I have my model booted up? I do have my model booted up. Give me a second, I'm gonna grab a bottle of water in case I need to hydrate, so I'll be right back. Alrighty. Got some water. Use the bathroom. What is... Oh my gosh, of course. Just... Okay. Alright. Alrighty, so let me get thingamadoober. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get this party started. It has only been a few days since I've seen all of you. I know it's been... Didn't have a whole lot of people here for the Saturday stream, but that's okay. We are back to doing a regular stream on the regular time. Let's get to the just chatting screen. Dun da da. Hello, everybody. Hi, hi, hi. Alrighty. I'll wait for a little bit for more people to come in before we get started. I have a special stream tonight in mind. It's going to be a writing stream, so we're getting back to my roots with writing streams. And gonna be having fun with that. It was busy. It was a busy weekend. Not gonna lie. It was definitely a busy weekend. There's this weird gadget or gizmo on my YouTube dashboard. This little black circle that's appearing over where I have the video playing, and I don't know what it is. It lights up when I put my mouse over it. What is this? I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's interesting. Okay, let me get back to my main screen. This is what I get for having multiple, Hey, Kimberly! Alrighty. So anyone watching on YouTube, if you could like the stream, it helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. I know my last few streams haven't done super well, but I think that's because I was kind of doing more mathy stuff. We're going back to writing stuff tonight. We're doing more writing stuff tonight. All right, give me 1 second. I'm glad you had fun, Kimberly. I'm back. I'm glad you had fun. I think it was a fun time all the way around. We put stuff together. We got some story stuff hammered out. And we had some fun times. Excuse me. Yeah. Hey Forever, good to see you. How was your weekend, Forever? I think I saw you on Saturday. I don't remember. There was a few people who came through. So I had this stream Saturday with Okusen, with Jalen. Okusen, also known as Jalen, and they had ideas, and we worked on building their character. And they haven't picked their spells yet, but that's it. You were there on Friday, but not Saturday. Okay. I knew I saw you. Stuff kind of blurs together at some point, you know, Forever. And so I'm like, oh, okay. That's cool about like working on stuff with Okusen. Not saying, oh, it's cool that I saw you, because it is cool that I saw you on Friday. But on the Saturday stream, worked on stuff with Okusen, also known as Jalen. And they had some ideas, and we worked on like mostly copy and pasting things over to the character sheet. And that was really cool. Putting together the character, figuring out some stuff about like character origins and ideas and backgrounds. Jalen's character in the GitR one-shot is going to be a druid, but hey Noel Main. In this setting, since it's a technological setting and it takes place after magic has left the world, we're doing a thing where the druids and the clerics lost their power when the gods were sealed, but they did their best to keep their traditions alive. Some traditions didn't make it, but they did their best to keep their traditions alive based on the hope that one day the gods would be released and their power of nature would be returned, right? And then the spell programs were invented and the mechs were invented. That's actually really funny, Forever. And so the idea is that whenever the internet became a thing in this setting in the world of Sage, some of these orders set up forums and servers to have recordings of their ancient rituals to try to keep their culture relevant and alive in the modern day, right? Just trying to keep their culture alive, even though they've lost touch with their gods. And there's that whole thing with that, and whenever these spell programs were developed, they jumped to try to convert their, like, see what of their ancient rituals that had survived for the past few hundred years could be converted into spell programs. What worked, what didn't work, how to translate it, and this idea that the divine casters who like choose their spells from a spell list, from a massive choose their spells from like a massive class list, right? Instead of like praying to their deity or something to get their spells, they have a period of meditation where they connect with a server where all of their spell programs are stored, that's shared by all the people in their clerical order or in their paladin oath or in their druid circle. And this idea that like the druids had archived their culture on these websites. So Jalen's character is an internet archivist, a person who an internet archaeologist, sorry, someone who studies ancient websites and is good at piecing together information from outdated forums, figuring out their intention, who created them, what they would have been used for. And we were trying to, like, because we're using the archaeologist background, and we're trying to figure out how do we translate that to a technological setting? How do we translate that to an internet, like, cyber setting, right? So it was like, the easy thing was you translate it to techno stuff, like with websites, with forums, and it have a lot of like hackery things, right? And so looking at all of that stuff, and then one of the traits of the archaeologist background is you always know the value of any art that is centuries old. So it was like, how do we translate that, right? How do we translate that to a technological situation? And the solution that we came up with was that we're going to have this thing called scrap, which is a universal resource. It's a collection of raw materials that can be harvested from other mechs or destroyed machines and is used for construction, for use for any number of things. And players will use it for repairing their mechs, and it will be used for it'll be used not just for repairing mechs and replenishing spell slots, but it also will be used by civilizations for building and all of that stuff. Normally, with the setting, scrap is valued at 100 credits, and the thing is you could sell it for 100 credits. My rule said that there's a difference between what you can sell and what you can buy. You can sell scrap to a scrap dealer for 100 credits, but when you buy scrap, buying raw materials for yourself, you buy it at 150 credits per ton, right? And that just can get expensive, but the idea that we had was that the archaeologist in Jalen's character, I think it's Derolio said the name was, is good at finding valuable pieces in any mass of scrap. Being able to look at any mass of scrap, any ton of scrap, and pulling out valuable things and getting more than the base rate for the scrap, because you can find there are these valuable items among the scrap. So, Jalen's character can sell scrap at 200 credits per ton. So Jalen's character can sell scrap for cheaper than you buy scrap, which I thought was pretty neat. It's not super game breaking, but it's just a little bump. But it retains that thing of being able to find the value in ancient artifacts. Originally, I was going to go with some kind of a thing where, like, being able to turn scrap into, like, one-time use items to gain access to different NPC features. But I was like, Jalen pointed out that'd be a lot of work on my end to come up with what features or what version of features I could give the players. That came together. Then I watched some anime with Silva on Saturday night. We were watching Break Blade, which is an anime I've wanted to watch and finish for a long time. And like Silva mentioned something about the storyline of Break Blade being similar to Mashal, and I'm like, I've never heard of that, and described it as like muscles over magic, and I realized I'd read descriptions of it. I'm like, oh, okay, it's not really what I'm looking for. And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure if that's really applicable here. And Silva was like, do you want to watch it? Do you want to watch it? And I'm like, we'll do one episode. Yeah, and like Silva was talking about like he punches to fly or something, and having like okay. I will say Mashal is not like Break Blade. Mashal is a comedy. Mashal is a comedy, and it's a fun. It's this kind of fun, goofy gag anime, gag story, which is why I don't like it, because I don't like gag anime. I don't like. Oh, thank you, Kimberly. I don't like I'm not a big fan of One Punch Man. I don't, or at least I don't like the gag parts of it. I don't like I don't like Spy X Family, because the whole thing is a gag that none of them know what each other do. And like that whole thing that's involved with that. But Break Blade is not a comedy at all. It's an intense, emotional, political drama with mechs in a fantasy setting, with kind of very scientific fantasy stuff. And like I watched it with Silva, watched the first episode because I was like, okay, Silva watches what I want to watch all the time. I know it's my channel, but like we can do one thing that Silva wants to watch. And we watched one episode, and I was like, no. And Silva was like, and the second opening is a banger. I'm like, okay, what was the second opening? It's like, look it up. Bling blang. I'm like, oh no. The bling blang bloom thing. And I'm like, that's where I've seen Mashal before. Because I don't think Silva is as chronically online as I am sometimes. And when that came out, I thought it was cool when I first heard it, but then it was everywhere. That opening was everywhere. People were making videos about it, and I just got sick of it. And I'm like, this is what that's from? Instant dislike. I was like, okay. And Silva was like, it's a banger. And I'm like, it might be a banger the first time you hear it, but like not after like seeing it everywhere. But then I have to remember, for people who aren't as chronically online as I am, it's probably still novel and interesting. Then I had my Lancer game on Sunday, and that was fun. We started a traveling session where they were traveling to a new area, and I had to slap together rules for what to do for the long distance traveling, and led to some fun stuff, because I found this. Lancer is a sci-fi game, so I found this sci-fi TTRPG space encounter randomly generated random table where it randomly pulls like words and things. Oh my gosh. I haven't gotten sick of Shikanoko yet. But but I'm sure I will eventually. But there's a whole thing where yeah. I don't think I could watch Shikanoko because like I've seen that opening everywhere. Oh, you watch a lot of Bleach? Nice. I used to follow Bleach years ago. But so I was rolling on this table for like it would select different words and descriptors like verb, adjective, noun stuff in order to randomly generate sentences. Not like AI, but just like pulling from random polls, random tables to make a list of things. So that way you would just have a list you could do. And I was doing a thing where I rolled the D6 to see how many times I would generate the list, and then a D10 to see what number on the list I would do. And one of the things we got was where it essentially said that this one person had found what amounted to off-brand mind flayers. Yeah, I don't think I would like Shikanoko. I don't think I could watch Shikanoko. Mashal just feels like all of the things I don't like about One Punch Man condensed together. Oh goodness. Like, I feel like there could be something said. Like, I just watched the first episode of Mashal, but I feel like if there was a thing where, like, the character knew that the world had rejected him and he was training and working hard every day because he was determined to become someone who could survive in this world, and then he had challenges he had to overcome, and then in that first battle was like him like pushing himself to his absolute limits to defeat this foe, right? But no, he's just OP for silly reasons, and he just slaps the magical blasts away because reasons. And I'm like, no. But that's not to say it's a bad anime. It's just not for me. Oh, the author decided to add substance and like make more dramatic tension and stuff in the end of the story. Oh my gosh. But yeah. So, but yeah, kind of. Like, at some point you got to commit to the bit, I guess. And don't get me started on the whole thing about the cream puffs. But anyway, so I did this. I was rolling on this table, and on the table for the Lancer game, there was this thing where they meet someone who'd been affected by what were essentially off-brand mind flayers, tentacled humans that were projecting paranoid visions into people's minds. So I was like, okay, so this person's going to call out to them, and they have to decide if they're going to stop or not. And they decided not to stop. And then one of the player a little bit later down the line was like, I want to investigate what's going on. So I'm like, I'm going to expand upon this. And I'm going to say about this planet with these things. I still have to find a name for the off-brand mind flayers. Like some kind of like mind flayers. Don Machi. Well, I mean, better you than me. I don't think I would have sat through 3 seasons of a generic harem anime. Another generic isekai harem anime. That bad forever? So I had a thing happen today, actually, where like, because the Lancer session went all right. We had some fun moments. It's okay forever. If you didn't care for it, you didn't care for it. We had some fun moments in the Lancer session. We had one moment where like, so they're rolling, how I did the traveling rules, for each week of travel, one player rolled a D100. On a 20 or less, I rolled on the table to see, also Dungeon, Not Another World. Okay. But if someone rolled a 20 or less, I rolled on a table to see if something happened, to see what they encounter on their trip, right? And hold on one second. I just remembered something I want to write down in my notes. Okay. The table. Oh. Okay. I realized I wanted to write down the whole thing about rolling 1d6 on the table. Anyway, so we had this funny moment where they were rolling a D100, right? And then for one of them, Okay, I'm glad you had fun with it, Noel, man. Yeah, the stupidly long names. Like, there's a reason for the really ridiculous names, but yeah. But so people were rolling a D100 to see if something happened. A 20 or less, I rolled on the table to see what they encountered, right? On one of them, one of the players rolled a 100. And I'm like, okay, I gotta do something for the 100, gotta do something special. So I was like, well, and they were talking about finding pirate treasure or coming across money or some kind of rare material. And I'm like, I don't really want them to encounter something. Then I remembered, there's this ongoing subplot in the game where the players are like, they're almost max level, and because of their adventures and the things they've done, they've become famous. They've become internet celebrities in this information age of the futuristic setting of Lancer, right? And so they've become they've become these like Omninet. It's Omninet instead of internet, but they've become these Omninet celebrities, right? And there are people that are like their fans wanting to be like them, buying, and a while back they had the decision that they were going to sell merch in order to generate resources for their organization, which they use to fund some of their projects from selling merch, right? And I was like, what if they get a message from like the futuristic version of like U2s or Nendroids or something that's like, we want to make action figures in the likeness of your team members. We'll pay you this amount of money, right? And so then the players had to discuss about it, right? One character was on board, another character was just like, okay, you know, we're in for a penny, in for a pound, let's do this. And the third player was like, my character would be really confused because she doesn't understand the concept of an action figure, because she was a genetically engineered super soldier, right? So she doesn't have this concept of like playing with toys really, or like not in the same kind of way. Oh my gosh. The names. Well, like I've talked about it before. There's a reason they use those long names. I don't like the reason, but I understand it. But I've talked about it before. But yeah, so there was this whole thing where they went on this whole tangent where they were trying to explain to this and to one of the player characters about what action figures were used for, and like explaining that like her face was already on a bunch of their merch, and then it was revealed that like when one character showed this to her, she was eating and she was paying more attention to her food. And didn't pay attention when she was told all the things her face was going to be printed on and sold. And it was just really funny trying to explain this to this character and watching as the players were like trying to grapple with this because they wanted this money. And then there was the whole thing where two of the players something like that. He's like, she was like, I don't know how I feel about my likeness being on an article that's being sold. And they're like, our best selling merch is the merch with you on it. They're like, we sell special bread in the shape of you. We sell sweaters and hoodies and t-shirts with your face on it. And she's just like, what? No, don't turn me into a marketable plush. So that was the whole like sub quest thing of explaining that to her and going back through it. And it's really funny because all of this entire subplot started forever ago, where I just said, well, one player said they wanted to research and see if anybody on the OmniNet knew about them, if there were any rumors about their activities, if anybody had known about them. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to run with it. You rolled high on your search, so I'm going to say yes. There are people, there are rumors, you're kind of becoming internet celebrities. And one was like, are there like cosplayers? And I'm like, sure, yeah, you know, we'll say you've got an entire fandom. You've got an entire fandom going on. And then it is just over time, we keep revisiting that subplot, and it is so funny. Like, it's like the whole thing of like being modern, like being futuristic superheroes, right? Not the fandom. But when they were doing the whole thing with the action figures, one of the players was like, my character is gonna want to get 5 of the action figures, and is gonna say he's only signing over his likeness on the contingent that he gets 5 of these action figures for free. And then the other player, who was like kind of the manager, was like, you're eating into our bottom line if you do that. And everybody went silent, and she's like, see, I can play the capitalism game too. Because the other player had been like a super capitalist player who wants to like take over the world by spreading bakeries, franchises of bakeries all across the galaxy. And is always trying to make trade deals for selling more bread. So that was the whole thing. And then, like, a little bit later, they got the roll where they rolled for something, and the table told me that oh my gosh. You must not change, you were better before. That's kind of what Critical Role might be doing with this latest plot in Critical Role. Because in Critical Role, they introduced this whole thing where the craftsman character met someone who was a fan of their work and is like a crazed fan. And I'm wondering if it's going to be something like that, where like the guy's going to try to kill him to make sure he doesn't like tarnish his reputation. But yeah, you were better before. Oh goodness. But yeah, so that was a whole thing. I've just been kind of letting it be a fun little subplot that just like we explain certain things. Like the players got a lot of like insider information from this one business, from one of the megacorps. And I was like, just for flavor purposes, right? Since this was right after the players had all agreed to start selling merch, like their organization was selling merch of themselves, right? So I was like, okay, I got to tie this in. I got to make this funny. So I was like, you find out that all of the information that you just got from this megacorp was achieved through bribes. All of those bribes were funded by merch sales. Oh my gosh. Pancakes, they are so tasty, but they could be so much work. But yeah, it was funny because I was just like, yeah, your merch sales fund it. And then sometimes whenever the party would do something or they would use their organization to do stuff, I'd be like, this thing that you just achieved or that you got help from your organization to do was funded through merch sales or from your latest your latest wave of merch things. Oh my gosh, that's so much work forever. I'm so sorry. Nabiru swooping in here with the "we got pancakes at home" speech. So I rolled on the table for the last thing right before we ended the session, and it said that, like, an insectoid person wanted to do yodeling, right? And had just learned yodeling and wanted to practice yodeling for another space traveler, right? And I'm like, Lancer is a human only thing. There's only been, like, yes, the NHPs are essentially aliens made of math, but they're not traveling on their own. And I don't really like dealing with NHP stuff. And it said an insectoid. The closest thing to an insectoid was these things called the Egregorians, which were an alien race that were found in the past of the game. And they were telepathic, and they were peaceful. And there was this whole tragedy in the past in which the the ruling government at the time essentially exterminated them. And one of the first adventures of Lancer reveals, one of the first official adventures reveals that some of the Egregorians lived and the humans helped them hide out and survive. So I was like, okay, they're insectoid people. So I could maybe do the insectoid thing. So I could say that there was an insectoid that some of the Egregorians managed to make it off of Hercynia after, like, the ones who survived fled Hercynia so they wouldn't be exterminated. And what if they've been living out here as nomads, wandering through the cosmos, and this one thinks that he's the last, and they don't communicate vocally, so all he could learn to do to try to learn to communicate was he found recordings of yodeling. And he's like, I'm going to learn to yodel so that way I won't be alone anymore, so I can yodel, because he can't telepathically communicate across a radio. So he's like, I'm going to send a broadcast of myself yodeling. The party goes in, and they find out what he is. And they're like, one player is like, we need to bring him back. We need to bring him back with us. Because she's like a doctor. And I was like, we made a mention of how it was so unselfish. She's like, no, that was absolutely selfish. I was like, really? And she's like, yeah, if he had said no, I still would have said we need to get him aboard the ship so we can work on cloning him to save his race. Because being the one in the history books known for saving this dead race and undoing a genocide would be a huge thing to be remembered for in the history books. So she was like, it would have been messy if he hadn't come along, if he hadn't wanted to come along. And I'm like, oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. But then I had an experience today that was kind of funny. So my sister, my half sister, I didn't grow up with her. I only like got in contact with her a few years back, right? And I've been like off and on in contact with her mainly through Facebook, right? And she has ties and family in the Middle East, which is where some portion of my family are from. And I sent her a Facebook message a while back, and I was like, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? Is your family okay? What's going on? And she didn't respond, and I didn't think much of it because that's kind of how we interact. Like, she'll respond to me on Facebook sometimes, and then like I'll send a message and then I won't hear from her for like 3 to 6 months, right? If even. Sometimes it'll be even a year. And then this time, when she messaged me like last night or something, it was like a couple days ago, she'd messaged me and she'd been like, hey, do you have the same phone number? I was like, yeah, I do. She's like, well, here's my phone number. And I'm like, yeah, that's the phone number I've saved. LA Draws rating the channel. Welcome to the Star Hunters, where we shoot through the stars, have wonderful adventures, live our dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. LA says hi. They were streaming from PS4. Oh, what were you doing? What were you all doing, LA? Were you doing more DBD? I know that's your... They burned me, my people. Star Rails Glamoth. Sending a fleet of Sams, round 2, fool. That's funny. Oh, you're doing Dark Souls. That's nice. That's exciting. I didn't know that LA did Dark Souls. I've mostly known them for, I mean, very proud of them. How'd they do? I'm proud of them too. But so a while back, my half sister had like contacted me, and I'd been like, get up to the Taurus demon. I feel like that was pretty far into that was a decent ways into the game, wasn't it? Were they playing Dark Souls 1? Taurus. I think I recognize that name. Dark Souls 1 was the only Dark Souls I ever played much of. Oh, excuse me. Nice. Are they doing like a special challenge run or just a playthrough of the game? Like, is there some special gimmick that they're doing? First playthrough, nice. Yeah, that is a gimmick in its own way. Blind playthrough, don't know what you're running into, figuring out mechanics as you go. Yeah. So, my half sister had like shared her phone number with me, and I'd been like, hey, Actually, let me give LA. Can I do a shout out for LA? Let me just remember I can do that. Yeah. Let me do. LA draws. Cool. My shout out command works. Awesome. LA is an amazing content creator and a great friend. But I wanted to make sure I did a shout out for LA there. But yeah, so my sister had like shared some stuff about like, hey, here's the best, like, here's my phone number. So I'd messaged. I was like, is it better for me to contact you on Facebook than your phone? Oh, Vista Del Rey doing a hydrate. Give me a second. I just finished my water bottle. I'm going to go grab a fresh water bottle so I can do the hydrate redeem. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Doing the hydrate redeem. I don't know because I have a noise gate. I don't know if it's going to pick this up, but here we go. Okay. Hope you heard that. That was me hydrating. I don't know if that was disgusting, but that's how I do the hydrate. So my sister messaged me this earlier today. Not disgusting at all. Nice. Hydration. Exactly, Vista Del Rey. She messaged me on both Facebook and through texting me and was like, it's better to communicate through text. And she said that basically sometimes she deletes the Facebook app for months at a time off of her phone. And I'm like, oh, okay, that explains a lot about how rarely she gets back to me because I've just been messaging her on Facebook. So we started texting and we were talking about stuff and she was asking about my life and what's going on. And I was like, up until this point, I have really been like giving her like the sugar-coated version of what's going on in my life. I've been deflecting. I've been avoiding explaining what's going on in my life. I have been... just because I didn't grow up with her, I don't have a whole lot of like deep connections with her. Not anything wrong with it with her. It's just that we don't have a lot of shared experiences. And so I was like, do I keep that up? Do I keep holding her at an arm's length and just telling her the bare minimum about what's going on in my life? And I was like, I want to have communication with her. She's my sister, and while we didn't grow up together, we're still connected, right? And I want to have some kind of communication with her. So I chose to open up, talk about my disability, to talk about my journey to get disability and with getting a new apartment and with all the stuff that's been involved with that. And like, she asked like, oh, how's your job going? I'm like, well, how about that? Right. You know, part of being disabled is like, can't really hold the job right now. And she listened. I was really worried she was going to be disappointed in me or that she was going to like not understand, but she seemed to have gotten it. She talked about her friends and who have dealt with like, she kind of did that thing where she's like, I know people that have struggled with depression and stuff before, but they said that eating healthy working out and spending time with friends help them recover. And I'm like, that's not how this works. But I do work on those things where I can. Some days I can do things, some days I can't. And that's just a part of being disabled, right? Sometimes you can do things, and some days are really good days. Some days are really good days and you get to do a lot of things. Some days are not really good days. They're not even okay days. And I explained that a little bit, and then she was like, okay. You know, she explained that she thought I was dealing with disability and working, and I was like, I didn't know how to explain to her that, like, in this country, you can't get disability benefits if you're working. Like, or at least, it's not that you can't, it's just it's very, very hard. If you currently are holding a job, like, in order to qualify for disability benefits, you have to be like, I cannot hold the job and I will be prevented from holding a job for at least the next 12 months in order to get disability. And that's a whole thing. That's a whole thing about this experience and this stuff. And just trying to struggle through it. And then, like, we started talking about relationships and friendships and about, you know, spending time with people we care about and family and all that stuff. And then she started telling me about her boyfriend. I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. And she's like, because I mentioned that I met my partner through a gaming group. She's like, oh, do you do a lot of video games? And she said that her boyfriend does video gaming. He does, like, Valorant. I think she said Call of Duty, or like all these shooters she was naming, right? And she was like, I often hear him screaming at the games. And I'm like, oh, he's one of... And this was on me. I made a bad judgment here, right? Because my first thing when she talked about him screaming at the game and playing these shooters was, I was like, oh, he's one of those kind of gamers, right? And I'm like, oh, that's not... I'm glad he enjoys them. That's just not for me. I normally do RPG stuff with stories. I'm really involved with, like, TTRPGs, and I explained what that was, and, like, it's funny. It's easier to say tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons than to explain that there's tons of things, because people have heard of Dungeons & Dragons. And then she said something I didn't expect. She says to me, he likes role-playing games too. He likes Dungeons & Dragons, but none of his friends want to play that with him, so he plays shooters with them. Or I guess the implication is he's playing with his friends, and that's just the only games that they'll play. And I'm like, that sounds really, really difficult. You know, if you're in a specific friend group, like, trying to get people to play TTRPGs can be really hard, or trying to get into learning new things. So I was like, does he have Discord? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, listen, tell him, search online. If he plays D&D, he should be able to find groups online that are playing D&D. Contact your local game store, see if they have Adventurers League, or if they have any groups that meet there, or if they have a Discord server, because I know one of my local game stores has a Discord server where you can go on there and people will post on there if they're looking for group or if they're looking for players, and they'll post there for, like, if they're doing online games and stuff, or if they're doing games in shop, I think they'll post stuff on the Discord server, right? And I'm like, it could be a great way to make new friends. And she said she'd share it with him, and that'd be really cool. And I was like, you know, I really, there was part of me that was like, should I tell him to friend me on Discord so I could try to find him a game? But I was like, maybe I take this one step at a time. maybe I take this one step at a time before I just start jumping around and getting involved, because I've got so many other things to deal with on my own, right? And I was like, okay, we'll just leave it that. I hope he finds a game. I hope he finds something. I'll try to remember to ask her about it next time I talk to her. And we'll just deal with it one step at a time. Anyway, let's get to, it's coming up to 9:45, so we're running a little bit late. We might run late tonight just because I want to get this done. So, on my Friday stream, I did a couple test combats using the GitR system. It was mostly melee combat, so I didn't feature any of the guns, or any of like the special features, or any of the special like damage, status effects. So it was very much D&D style combat. And I need to feature more stuff with ranged weapons before I really delve into it and get a feel for it. Like having characters using ranged weapons needs to be a thing that I do some more testing with. But I want to figure all of that stuff out. But for now, what we're doing tonight is I went through the records from Roll20 and I wrote down all of the things. I wrote down all of the things round by round that happened. I didn't write down full damage numbers, but I did try to write down if they were like big damage, little damage, you know, what have you. If they were like big damage, little damage, if they were a lot of damage, and all that jazz, right? And what we're going to be doing tonight is I'm going to be switching over to a Word document. Well, it's going to be Open Office because I use Open Office and I want to have this saved on my computer, and I'm not dealing with Google Docs. And I'm going to take the thing. I'm going to work on putting together a short story based on the play-by-play, the turn-by-turn stuff of this combat. So I'm taking the turn-by-turn readout of the combat and trying to turn it into a short story. I've never really done that before, but like I thought it'd be a fun little writing exercise. Practice writing an actual combat scene, right? So, all right. Okay. Okay. All right, let's get started. So this is the notepad where I have the stuff written out about the test fight. And I want to come up with why Kaiser and Firefly were here. I based one of the characters in this fight on the character Firefly from Honkai Star Rail. So I was like, could I change things? And I was like, you know what? Let's lean into it a little bit, right? Let's lean into it and say this is like Firefly from another world. Say Firefly got like isekai'd after like all the time she died in the dream world. Eventually got isekai'd to this world and is trying to find her way back or something. Let's do some notes before we get started. Okay. Killed the dwarf. After the gods were captured. The clerical orders all combined into one Unitarian faith. I think that's the right word for it. Let me look up what that means. Because I've heard Unitarian thrown around. Typically rejecting formal dogma in favor. No, that's not quite what I want. No, that's not what I want. I'm glad I looked it up. That's not what I want. When I hear Unitarian, I think of like non-denominational is what I'm thinking of. So I think, all right, so it's going to be like a non-denominational belief. God's memory. So this is a thing where that is the kind of effective thing that the clerics provide in this community. Because there's no god of the dead to usher the souls to the afterlife, when people die, their ghosts just linger in this world, right? But there's no magic, so the ghosts can't really affect anything. All the ghosts can do is just float around, be disturbing, and like moan and groan. They can't do anything. They can't possess anything. They can't affect the world in any way. And it's just disturbing and difficult for their family. And it was discovered that when the body is destroyed, possibly through cremation, the ghost eventually fades, and some believe that the ghost finally makes it to the afterlife. Others think that the ghost just disappears and goes into non-existence. But the ghost is, whatever the case, the ghost is no longer gone. The clerical orders in this society work to provide that cremation process, to facilitate the cremation of the dead in order to stop the ghosts from lingering. And they also work usually as artisans, or work with artisans to do something to entomb or enshrine the ashes of the dead person in a way that the family can keep near and dear to themselves. This most commonly, at least for the rich people, comes in the form of being infused in jewelry or gemstones in what are called the family jewels. So the family jewels are like, I know it's a silly pun. I didn't even think about it whenever I came up with it, but yeah, so they are the gemstones and jewelry that are infused with the ashes of their dead family members. Whereas the more poor people will get like a family urn or like a or some kind of a thing in order to hold the dead ashes in, right? Out in the wilderness, out in the towns, away from the city, right? They don't really have all the resources for a clerical order or for maintaining a big crematorium to cremate the dead all the time, right? So the druids serve those communities. The druids will do rituals of planting a tree on a family's property and burying the dead underneath the roots of the tree, and then the roots of the tree will absorb the person's body and the ghost will fade. The druids believe that the spirit of the person lives on in the tree, and then as the tree grows, every time someone in the family dies, they get buried underneath the roots of the family tree. They dig a spot in the family tree in the roots and put the body underneath, and that becomes the family tree. So it's family tree, family jewels. And that's one of the things that makes it so heartbreaking if like someone loses through like debt or fire or destruction, they lose their land, because then they're losing their connection to their family tree. They're losing their connection to their heritage and their history. And actually Jalen had a really funny idea that what if after the Toms appeared, that got flipped on its head a little bit, right? So after the Toms appeared and it was revealed that the Toms are drawn to large gatherings of people, so the Toms are attacking the cities. So people are fleeing the cities out into the wilderness, out into the towns and villages all across the world, and making these separate, smaller communities that are connected only by wireless internet that covers the entirety of Sage. Excuse me. The rich people, when they move out to the small towns and villages, they will intentionally buy property with the largest tree they can find on it. And then they will try to claim, I've always been here. This land has been in my family for generations, as if they're trying to to appropriate the tradition of the family tree. They'll point at this large tree and they'll say, that's my family tree. I'm just moving out here and reclaiming my heritage, in order to try to act like they belong and to gain prestige and what they perceive as prestige and status. But what's funny is they'll do this without even realizing they're still wearing their family jewels. So it's like, we can see you wearing your family jewels. You're not fooling anyone. And I thought, Jalen had this idea, and I was like, that's a really great idea, and it really sells this idea of like the devastation of the Toms and what that did to their communities. But and the role that's like the role the druids play, but the clerics serve a lot of times in the cities, providing cremations and helping with counseling and trying to be spiritual leaders in trying to be community leaders to build up communities, because it's like, what does a clerical order do if you know your god is gone? Into family jewels. Okay. Kaiser. Let me look at Kaiser's character sheet. He's proficient in Smith's tools and got a decent strength. So I could say he smiths things. Trained technician who works to support others in battle. Okay. He's trained technician or uses cyber goggles as his spell program execution device. His spiritual weapon is a blazing ball of radiance that smacks people. Okay. I haven't played all of Honkai Star Rail yet, so I know the basic stuff about Firefly. I've played up through like when Firefly died and the stuff right after Firefly got killed by death. But I know a bunch of stuff from like clips and stuff that my friend has shared with me about Firefly. Firefly is what got me into Honkai Star Rail. I still need to play more. I really should. Blaming power. Okay. 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 A larger mech frame. Diffused her SAM suit into a larger mech frame. Infused. Using enhanced beam energy. Okay. She's slowly working to regain her powers. Has turned her SAM suit into a performance enhancer to amplify her strength. Okay, so we've got Firefly, we've got Kaiser. How do these two meet? Why are they going into the spider's den? Okay, let's see. Slowly working to regain her powers. Excuse me. Her rage is her enhanced combustion state. Okay, so Firefly met Kaiser shortly after she awoke in this world. Currently with limitations on let me look at something. Ooh, that just slides into place. So I was thinking it would be a thing where only up to 6th level spells, spell programs have been recovered all across Sage, right? Some people might rarely have 7th level, but those are like, they keep those as very well coveted and secret things. But the only things that are publicly accessible are up to 6th level. Plane Shift is a 7th level spell. The Banishment's a 4th level spell. So someone could use Banishment to try sending her home, but that's still a 4th level spell. So she's gonna need a high level caster. 5e spell slot. Here we go. Just look at the wizard. Wizards don't get 4th level spells until 7th level. And they don't get 7th level spells until 13th level. Okay. Okay. So no one's recovered Plane Shift, and Banishment doesn't work. So they tried Banishment, but it doesn't work. So she needs, because she died in the other world, Banishment's not working, so she needs Plane Shift. Okay. Those are highly coveted. He paid for one of the more powerful program executors in his order to try to use banishment to send her home. Go to other planes. That. Send her home. Okay. There's no guarantee that a spell program could send her home. Ba 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 ba. Related to planes. Banishing Smite, Banishment, Blink, Demiplane. Let me look up these spells. I know Banishment, Astral Projection is not what I'm looking for. That's a 9th level spell anyway. Blink. I didn't know. That just moves to the ethereal plane. So I'd say that just moves to a harmless extra dimensional space. Demiplane. Eighth level. Oh, that just makes an empty space. Let's look at gate and rope trick. What's rope trick? None of the other ones seem to be what I'm looking for. Oh, it's a 9th level spell. Gates too high level. Oh, Wish is 9th level. Hmm. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. So none of these. Okay, so besides plane shift and gate, but those are like higher level spells or wish or something, she can't get home. Okay. Plane shift. Okay. Still doing the. Okay. Um, Okay. See if they can send her home. They've been a small town that's been beset upon by bandits and toms. Okay. Delve into... Okay, seems to have some power over the spiders. Okay. Okay. And bring him to justice. Okay. All right. I think I have the basic setup. Here. Town is called Gun River. Kaiser is helping Firefly. we'll tell this story from the perspective. We'll tell this from third-person perspective. We'll try third-person present tense. Haven't done that before. Third-person present tense. Okay. All right, let's go. I have notes. Let's get rolling. Forms on the other. Ooh, I can connect this. This is connected to the main city of... Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have a thought. I have a thought right now. I have a thought, chat. I'm not saying this is going to be canon to the one shot. This is just a fun thing I'm doing right now. Oh, let me check something. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. I just realized I made a homebrew barbarian subclass that could be really fun for Firefly. It's funny. But the whole defense thing is kind of her big thing. It's like an elemental barbarian. Um, no, I'm not going to go with it. Though it does make me think about finding a different barbarian subclass than just the totem for Firefly. But anyway, I got distracted. I was going to look at World of Sage. Rain North is the name of the last city. Okay. Wood and crops, the fed to Rain North, the last bastion of civilization, the largest city still remaining, still standing. Ooh, I just had a thought. 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 We say the town is called Gun River, so we say they're being beset upon by Toms, so they're expecting to deal with the Toms, and then the bandit is a surprise. Okay. Shoot powerful webs that bind up their targets. Attacking caravans, delivering supplies to and from the town. Okay. The mages. Mm-hmm. Governor oversees a state, mayor oversees a city. Okay. All right, so it's a mayor. By a black hairband. Okay. Okay. Mhm. So I'm making reference here to the first thing where they fought the Steel Colossus. Hello, Emma. Good to see you. Okay. I'm so used to writing in past tense that writing in present tense just feels weird. But the thing is, I'm not going to get used to it if I don't practice it, which is a part of tonight. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, Kimberly, good night. It was great having you. I want you to know that I value you. You are a wonderful person, and it is great to have you in this community. Have yourself a wonderful night, Kimberly. Okay. What do they call? Ba 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 ba. Whoops, I got distracted. I was looking for... Here we go. Okay. Mm. Oh, okay. Says. The tag is says, not saying. Okay. Okay, so now we got the surprise round. Okay, so now we get to the actual write-up of the fight. Surprise round. Actually, which one was the one that hit on Kaiser? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ice Blade was the one that hit. So that's the surprise round. Then to the actual round. String of webbing aimed at her. Clinging to the wall. Let me see, does this have... Let me look at spiritual weapon real quick. That's not the right one. It has a verbal and somatic component. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Okay. So he summons that. I got this one. You deal with the other spider. See, I had Firefly rage and then said she attacked 2 times, destroying the spider. But, like, that's not possible because raging takes a bonus action. So I would probably say that she just killed it with the 1 hit. Because yeah, it's a bonus action. Okay. What does SAM stand for? Hold on, let me look that up. Strategic Assault Mech. Strategic Assault Mech. Okay, let me put that in the thing. All right, Forever. It was great having you. I value having you as a member of this community. Have yourself a wonderful night. I hope you get some good rest and that you have a great day tomorrow. Always know that you are valuable, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. Uh, okay. Let me do something real quick. Okay. One second, that reminds me. Okay. Okay. Do. Alrighty. So strategic assault mech. Okay. Is short sword one word or two words? Let me look that up. Because I always remember it being one word. Like it's one word in D&D, right? So longsword is one word. It's one word. I'm going to go with one word because that's the D&D spelling. Yeah, D&D English is another level. Okay. And oh, Parts of actually, let me see something. Let me see how many times it critically hit. Let me look and see how many times did it critically hit. Okay. Okay, vertical blade. Yes, we just say it rolled one more higher. Prominence blade crit. A couple turns later. Doing big damage to what was this one? Oh, this one was a big damage. After the rage and the crit. I think he hit with both. So the first swing and both of those hit. Okay. Okay. So that would have dealt 10 damage to Firefly the pilot. Then there was Prominence Blade on the next turn. Oh wow, Firefly should have been beat up. 12 damage to Firefly, which would have been 6. So would have been 5, 6. That would have been 11. Okay. Okay. I had to check and see something about, like, Firefly was getting rattled around. I have to remember Firefly gets rattled whenever there's a crit hit. Okay. We are on round 3. So we're on finishing up round 2. Oh my gosh, we have 7 rounds, chat. Thick webbing that restricts its movement. Okay. Okay. Now we're on to round 3. Okay, so that's round 3, Kaiser. Ah. 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 Okay. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Da 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 da. Okay. So Kaiser's down. He succeeds his death save. Booting the systems back up. Hello, Happy Wolf. Good to see you. How was your weekend, Happy Wolf? Kind of. I don't know if campaign's the right word for it. I'm prepping for a one-shot to test out a system, and if I like it, if the players like it, if the viewers like it, and if we can get a time that matches for everybody's schedule, I would like to turn it into a possible feature of what we do, maybe streaming, maybe every session or every few sessions. We gotta work out what it's gonna look like. But right now I'm only planning for a one shot, and I realize I'm putting a lot of effort for a one shot, but it's like, if it's just fun to make stuff. D&D 5e, but turned into mechs. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm leaving the possibility, but I don't want to overcommit. Mm-hmm. What I'm doing, so on Friday I did a thing where I did test combats, where I was controlling the NPCs and the PCs. So tonight what I'm doing is I'm taking a write-up of the turn-by-turn stuff of what happened in the fight, and I'm turning it into a short story. I had a whole thing at the beginning to introduce, and I'm also using this as a chance to practice, because normally I have been writing in first person and past tense. And now I'm trying to write in kind of this omniscient third person, but in present tense. And I'm kind of floating between present and present participle. It's very messy, but if I don't practice, I'm not going to get better at it. So. Stabilize the machine by forcing the reactor to shut down. Okay, that's how I'm explaining that. Okay. 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 Almost done. Okay. Um, in mysterious mech in anger and defiance. Okay. Okay. Actually, let me check something real quick. Guiding bolt is verbal somatic. Hey, Nevermore. Yeah, doing a writing night. It's still connected to the D&D stuff I was doing before. I actually took a write-up of the test battle because on Friday I was doing test battles where I was controlling both the NPCs and the players. And for one of them that I thought was like really intense and epic, I had my notepad on the screen the whole time and I could see the screen, but the stream couldn't. So I thought I would take a write-up of the turn by turn and add flavor and make a short story of the battle. So that's what I'm working on right now. I'm almost done. I'm on the final big climactic moment. Oh, you just got off work? How was work, Nevermore? Okay. Wild Cards by GRR. Is that something from GRR Martin? I don't read most of his stuff. I don't think I've ever read anything by G.R.R. Martin. It's a superhero series? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. He's been writing this one for a while? Oh, okay. It's a collection, actually. There are over 40 writers who contributed to the stories of the universe of Wildcards. Ooh, that's interesting. Trying to do a series adaptation for the stories? Ooh, that's interesting. So this story is a little different from ones I've written before because I'm trying to write it in like a third person present tense, which I've never actually tried to do for a whole story. And I think some of it is like falling apart because some of it I'm like sliding into present participle and trying to ride the line between present tense and present participle. And I'm so used to writing in past tense that like I even had to look up how I'm supposed to do this at the beginning of this thing. That's part of why it's running so late, was because I had to figure out how to write in present tense for a whole story like this. And that has been an adventure. But it's like, I'm not going to get better at it if I don't practice. You know what I mean? Some of it seems like hit or miss. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I guess when you have that many authors doing stuff, it kind of, I could see that. Okay. That was, okay, 12, 24. $38 tons of scrap. Okay. He was completely down, so he's gonna need 4 tons of scrap. And she's gonna need 5 tons of scrap. She's gonna need, yeah, 4 tons. So it's 4 and 4, so 8 tons of scrap. So they're up 30 tons of scrap, but they're both pretty badly beaten. Let me see something. I want to tally something up here. How badly did I want to tally up real quick how much. So if you land a critical hit, half the damage gets dealt to the pilot. So I want to see how much damage did Firefly take, because I wasn't keeping track of it properly. This dude took 17, so that would be down to, okay, $17 goes down to 8. Then dealt 5 to 5. Seven, 8, 9. That's another 4. 12. Okay. 8, 9. Yes, it's 4. And he dealt 24, which was 6. That's 11. She dealt that crit 5, 6, 7, 8. That's another 4. 16. So Firefly took 11 damage. This dude took 16 damage. This guy had a lot of HP for like 16 damage. That's like a level 3 character. Yeah, because normally if you're looking at having like +1 or +2 from con, and most stuff is going to be, a martial character is going to be D10. So D10 is going to be, was 5 plus 2 is 7. It's like 3 HP. Oh, 5, 7, 21. So this Dark Blader was almost done. The Dark Blader was almost finished off. Firefly got beat up pretty bad, but Firefly has a lot of HP, which is funny. Firefly has a lot of HP. Might change up Firefly's build to have her do, instead of put her points into strength, so she does less damage, but put her stuff into constitution, so that way she'll have an extra only gonna be 3 HP. And losing 1 damage for each attack. But it means she can actually fight in... Nah, I'll leave it as is. Okay. Think I finished this. But if it wasn't cut in half by that, she would have taken 22. Which would have been half her health. They need 8. Plus he used 3 spell slots. So another 2, so 10. I saw that, Jesus. It's not just Transformers and Zoids, Jesus. Each Transformers, Zoids, and Diaclone are doing a crossover. Though, like, Diaclone became Transformers, but then Diaclone has gotten a revival recently, so Diaclone has become its own thing. Because Diaclone is piloted transforming mechs, where they go from cars and vehicles to mech form. And Diaclone has its own lore and story and stuff. But yeah, it's a crossover between Diaclone, Transformers, and Zoids with the Shield Liger. I think the Shield Liger also gets like a truck mode or something. Yeah, it does look really cool. Hey, it's all right. It's all right. I'm just finishing up, actually. Tonight's stream was me taking a turn-by-turn write-up of one of the test battles I did and turning it into a short story. So far, this short story has been 2,400 words. So not a long story, but definitely not a short story. Like not like an insignificant thing. It's not an insignificant number, you know? And I challenged myself a little bit tonight. I tried to write this in the third person present tense, which seemed to have been really cool with like making it more like in the moment kind of stuff, right? And honestly, yeah, good little medium length. I will say a good portion of this was of the time spent tonight was me figuring out how to find my voice and write in the present tense, because it is so different from what I'm used to writing. I'm used to writing first person past tense, but doing a third person present tense where it's bouncing around between the two different main characters, and showing the different situations of the fight, and trying to make sure there's more than just this person swung at this person. And then actually like raising the stakes. And hello, Don. I'm an aspiring author, Don. I'm an aspiring author. I don't know if YA would be the best. I mean, I guess kind of. I like giant robots. I like the mecha genre in general, like sci-fi mechanical stuff. Like I like giant robots, I like little robots, I like power armor. I like jets and planes and spaceships and stuff. And tonight was a little bit different though, because I do a lot of TTRPG stuff. Yeah, yes, like giant robots. We like giant robots. You like giant robots. Yes. Chicks dig. Exactly. Eva and Power Rangers. Power Rangers are definitely cool. I enjoyed Power Rangers. I still do enjoy them. And it's, I know you had to, Jesus. So I also do a lot of TTRPG stuff, and I have lately been tinkering with this homebrew I found for turning D&D 5th edition into a mech game. And I've been working on doing a one-shot to like explore that. Oh, that could be cool, done. And I've been working on that, and in order to like get a feel for, yeah, have you heard of D&D 5th edition? I don't know how versed you are in tabletop role-playing games. So in tabletop role-playing games, a homebrew is whenever someone comes up with their own tweaks or you beat Baldur's? Okay. A homebrew is when someone comes up with their own tweaks or hack or modification in order to add their own stuff to D&D 5e or to any tabletop role-playing game. So any homebrew is stuff that's made not by the official releases. Okay. I don't assume anything. But yeah, it's a homebrew supplement, and I've been tinkering with it. And on Friday, on my Friday stream, I did a thing where I was doing some test combats to test an encounter generation method I'd found online, where I'd made a couple characters using this homebrew, and I'd made some enemies, and so I was controlling both the player characters and the enemies, and just doing some test stuff, dice rolling, whatever. And one of them seemed like it was really close, and I thought it could be really cool if I turned it into a story. Oh, okay. All right, I think I might have missed that part, done. And so tonight was me taking that. I sat down and I wrote down turn by turn what happened on each turn. And then I went and I turned that into a short story. Mm-hmm. Oh, that sounds fun, Jesus. I have been, oh my gosh, how long have I been at TTRPGs? Goodness gravy. When I was a kid, like 15, no, more than 15, like 20, how old am I now? I'd say about like 20 some odd years ago. I saved up all my allowance for a while. And I think I was working a part-time job at the time. And I bought the rule books for D&D 3.5. I bought the Player's Handbook, the Monster Manual, and the Dungeon Master's Guide. And I was buying into when they had the D&D miniatures, where they had the D&D skirmish stuff, where it was like a war game where like you would buy and you get random minis in the packs. And then each mini had a little card where on one side it had the skirmish stats, but on the other side it had all the stats for using it as an NPC in a D&D game. And so I used to do that with my friends a little bit. And then I loved the storytelling. I loved all the stuff. And then I got the D20 modern rule book after that. And I used to love to sit down with the randomly generated tables where it was like, roll this to randomly generate stuff. And I would sit down with my dice and I would write down what I was doing. And I would come up with my own little stories in order to do this. Oh, that's funny. And that was like where I was really getting into it. And then I did some of that in college as well. I did some of the D&D stuff in college. I played D&D 3.5 for a bit in college. I played a cleric. I played I think it was like a light cleric, I want to say. It was some cleric that had flaming sphere and had fire shield. And a running gag I had was that I could solve all my problems by lighting myself on fire with fire shield. It was just a running gag of the game. And then I didn't do stuff with it for a long time. And I got really involved in trading card games. And I was really involved in trading card games for a long time. Then D&D 5th edition came out and I bought one of the rule books and the starter kit and I tried playing it and running it with my friends. We didn't get into it that well and it kind of just sat in the back of somebody's like storage place for a while. And then like a couple years went by, like 2 or 3 years after D&D 5th edition had come out, we found it again. And that was like, geez, like 8 years ago. And I kind of stepped into the forever DM role and I was doing D&D 5e for years, running different games, crafting different stories. And it was just like, it was my big thing I was doing. And then after a while, I got kind of burnt out on D&D. I wanted a bit more. And I learned about mutants and masterminds. And in my head, at the time, it seemed like mutants and masterminds was everything I wanted that D&D wasn't. So I became obsessed with mutants and masterminds. I bought most of the rule books. I was running games. I ran a streamed game for a group of people, and meeting those people for that streamed game completely changed the direction of my life. And probably for a whole lot of the better, to introduce me to people who are like mentors to me today, who helped me out and very much changed my life. But but I there were things that I didn't super like about Mutants and Masterminds. And I think for a while, I was kind of looking for like one game to be the perfect game that I could get into. And I wasn't fully accepting the fact that like no game is perfect. Every game is going to have its weaknesses. I did Savage Worlds for a little while. And then I did a little bit of like this anime D20 thing for a while. And then about 2.5, maybe coming up on 3 years ago, I learned about Lancer. And I've been doing Lancer almost pretty much exclusively for the last 2.5 years, like two years and change. And I've been running a Lancer campaign. I've been running other Lancer games. I'm playing Lancer. And I kind of got a little burnt out on Lancer because I like when I get into a game, I'll get a hyper fixate on it. I'll just get absorbed by it. And I think there were a lot of things that I just got a little tired of about the Lancer setting and the Lancer rule set and a lot of the specifics about how Lancer works mechanically, because like I dabbled a little bit in Pathfinder and I didn't really like Pathfinder because of how complex it gets with like character creation and how it feels. It frustrates me in some ways. And I realized that Lancer was all of the things that frustrated me about Pathfinder, at least on the player side. The GM side was very different. And I had to come to terms and make peace with the fact that like no system is perfect. And in order to match my style of gaming as a game master, I have to be ready and willing to change and modify things as I go. And I feel like coming back to D&D 5e, now that I found this homebrew, like D&D does a lot of the things I want it to do, and it's simple in the ways that I want it to be simple, and it's complicated in a lot of the ways I want it to be complicated. And I can homebrew the things in there that I need. And I think it does a lot of the things that I need it to. And it's really funny to kind of come full circle back to D&D again. And I'm not saying that like I support WotC or any of or Hasbro or any of the stuff that's involved with that. I'm not going to speak on all of that stuff. That's just a mess. But the game itself is pretty functional and very malleable. Okay. Neopets drag you kicking and screaming back to 5e. Is the Neopets game built on 5e? I think I made this pretty dynamic. Tried to insert dialogue. Oh, goodness. Officially no, but very much yes. Oh, goodness. I do like their changes. The main thing is they made it classless. Okay. So is it a feat-based system like Pathfinder? Where like you pick feats every level? I'm not a big fan of that with like large numbers of like set feats with different interactions. Like one of my friends was like, I think you love Pathfinder. You can make anything. And I'm like, if I want to make anything, my preference, not saying it's better, but my preference would be for something like Mutants and Masterminds or Prowlers and Paragons Ultimate Edition, where I can make whatever ability I want and it does what I want it to within certain rules. As opposed to being like, pick this thing to get this little buff, and then this thing to get this little buff, and this thing to get this little buff, and all of those buffs add together to do this thing with this big buff. I think this came out pretty well. Yeah, 24-22. Oh, with feet trees? Ah. Not a big fan of feet trees. Oh, I need to finish this. Okay. Mm-hmm. I have not been to the movie theaters in quite a while, Nevermore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard a lot of people talk about like uh they don't like. I've heard some people say that it wasn't super great, but I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak on it. Um. Okay, Jesus. Mm-hmm. All right. Good night. I was gonna finish. Then I was like, I should probably write an ending. And then I got distracted, and then I started talking, and now here I am, still writing the ending. But have a good night, Jesus. I want you to know that I value you. I appreciate you. I'm glad you came. And I think that you are a wonderful person. And thank you for coming to stream, Jesus. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. All right, now it's done. It is 2,750 some odd words. 2,700 words. In one night, 2,700 words. Not bad. Definitely fun. I'll probably put it up in a Google Doc so I can share it with people if anyone wants to read it. Okay. Anyway, let's wind down. Whoop, 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 whoop. Had a whole night writing that up, putting together a short story that's not even going to be canon to the one shot, which is kind of funny. It's not even going to be canon to the one shot, but it was just a short story to just practice making stuff. Um, Let me just see. Six is plus 22. Okay. Let me just do something real quick because I wanted to test something. And then put her down to on rage. And 19, 31. So they would have healed up pretty well, and then used spells to heal up the rest of the way. Which, that was a thing. Let me see something real quick. So he's got Disciple of Life, 2+ spell level. Plus 3, so that's 12. Then one more. Up to 34. 8 plus 3 is 11. That would have used up. We go to the spell slate. After repairs, after a short rest and using cure wounds to fix the rest of it, he'd have 1 spell slot left, and they'd both be at pretty much full health after a short rest. But they both would be pretty, but Firefly would be pretty beat up from the crits. Spot left. HP. Pilot. Full HP on mech. Missing 22 HP as pilot. 1 rage. Okay. So I wrote down where they were at the end of that. So they could theoretically, I could theoretically pick up right where I left off and do a thing of them fighting an easy battle to see if they still have enough left in the tank for an easy battle. What would be an easy battle for these two? Easy battle would be 40 to 48, so that would be like 4 spiders would be an easy battle. Yeah, 4 spiders would be an easy battle. Okay. I think she's missing 11, not 22. Okay. I might run that later. I might run that on my own. Definitely not doing that tonight because goodness gravy, it has been almost a 5.5 hour long stream. Oh my gosh, chat. Oh my gosh, chat. This has been a long one. Thank you all for putting up with me. Thank you all for putting up with me tonight. It has been great having you all here. Let's end for tonight. For those of you who don't know, I like to speak positivity and joy into the lives of my viewers and say positive things about everybody. And let me scroll up and shout out all the people who said stuff in chat. It was a mini endurance stream, Nabiru, but I got the writing done. So tonight we had Nabiru, Kimberly, Forever, Noel Main. Who else did we have tonight? Scrolling along. More Nabiru, more Forever, more Noel Main. Oh, we had LA's raid. LA Draws raid. They raided me, and it was really great having them here. On Twitch side, had Visible Boom Michael, Noel Main, more stuff from Visible Boom Michael. Vista Del Rey was here on the Twitch side. Emma Lowry was here. We had Happy Wolf was here, which was nice. It was great to see Happy Wolf. I haven't seen Happy Wolf in a while. Nevermore was here. And Jesus was here. And Dunn was here, which is really nice. I feel really silly because I was explaining what homebrew was to someone who knows what homebrew is. So I felt really silly in that. So I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to insult your intelligence. I'm just dumb. And then more stuff from Nevermore. Yep, it was a mini endurance stream. So for all of you people who came and who participated in chat, thank you for making it tonight great. I always love doing these writing streams with all of you. For anyone who watched and didn't say anything in chat and just lurked, I appreciate you. I appreciate your presence, and I appreciate your attention and your energy. I appreciate having you as a member of this community. And for anyone who watches this VOD afterwards, I appreciate your views, your clicks, your participation. I appreciate having you in this community so much. Thank you for coming. And I want you all to know that I love all of you, and I believe in each and every one of you. I believe that you're a truly special, one-of-a-kind, and unique individual, that you possess a one-of-a-kind talent to make this world a better place by living in it in your own way. I believe that this world is better for having you in it. You matter. You are important. You are valid, worthy of love, deserving of happiness and good things. Your hopes, fears, dreams, and concerns are worthy of notice and worthy of concern. You are one of a kind, special treasure of a human being. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. It was great to have all of you here, and I appreciate that. If you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. I always appreciate getting my content in front of more eyeballs. That really helps out. I've noticed since I started asking midstream, it's been helping me with getting in front of more people, which is great. We've had a lot of growth. And because I broke 300 subscribers, even though I slid back down to 299 today, I'm still going to do the thing. Next month, I'm going to look into getting supplies for doing a cursed vegan food stream. We'll see what that all looks like and how sick I get afterwards to celebrate hitting 300 YouTube subscribers before the end of 2024, which was my goal. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives, co-workers, arch nemesis, best friend, anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to invite them to the stream or show them my content. You can find me on Mondays and Fridays at 8:30 p.m. EST. I do special streams sometimes, so we'll see how that all pans out. But next stream is going to be Friday, 8:30 p.m. EST. Also, next week on Friday is going to be the special monthly raft stream for September. So I will be doing a raft collab with Hero Girls and Company, and it will be fun and special. So that's next week on the 6th. So I look forward to seeing you all there. If you want to keep up with what I'm doing, you can subscribe on YouTube and ding the notification bell. It'll let you know when I go live or release any new content. You can follow me on Twitch, on Twitter or X, or on Blue Sky Social. You can like my Facebook page. You can join my Discord. Links to all of those things are in the descriptions down below on YouTube and the About page on Twitch. I appreciate all of you, and it would be great to have you be a member of this community. There's not a whole lot of activity on the Discord side, I'll be honest. I mostly use Discord for hosting, for watching anime with my friends, and for the place where I host my RPG games. So that's mostly what I use it for. So that's okay. One last thing. You do not have to give money to be here. You are not required to donate to be welcome in this community. I appreciate your time, your attention, and your energy. Like I said before, I appreciate having you here. And with that said, I do appreciate the people who have donated in the past to make things possible for me that would not have been possible otherwise. You all are special to me, and I really appreciate you. And if you ever feel motivated to donate to help me out with any number of things and make things possible that could not be possible, and it is financially safe and responsible for you to do so, there are links where you can do so down below on YouTube and the donate button down below in the description on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. In YouTube, there's a link to PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, or Ko-fi where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you're going to do a one-time donation, I do prefer you do PayPal if you can, because I get more of the money, And for the monthly donations on Ko-fi, there's not currently any reward set up for those, as much as it's just you saying there's a tangible way you want to say that you appreciate my content. And the donate button on Twitch just takes you to Ko-fi, where you can again do a one-time or monthly donation. Thank you all for coming. Have yourselves a good night. Let me see. Do we have anybody watching? Do we have enough people watching on Twitch to be worth rating somebody? I really don't feel like doing. I'm really tired. I just want to go make food, chat. Chat, I just want to go make food. I just want to go make food. All right. Good night, everybody. Let me do my...